more feeling. Welcome to the stream. I'm just going to make that volume a bit lower. It's going to be a bit jarring, but yeah, cool. Welcome to the stream. How are we all doing today? Guys, we made it through another week. How are we all feeling? We're now halfway through March, which is good. I still feel it's still really cold outside. Still feel it's a bit too cold for March in my opinion, but you know, it's gonna get a bit warmer. And then it'll get too warm and then no one will be complaining that it's too hot. Isn't that always the way though? Anyway, hope you're all doing okay. Stream is already starting off on a weird one, as it always does, because for some reason. So when I stream PC games, I have like a 2-monitor setup, and usually when I launch Phoenix Wright, it launches on the monitor on my left, and then I have all my like stuff on the right for the stream. But then today it's decided to do the opposite, and I don't know how to switch it over, and so now I've got all my stuff on the monitor on the left and all of the games on the right, and it's weird and it's really throwing me off. So we'll see how it goes. It's going to be interesting. Also, yeah, there's some drop frames it's getting, and it seems to be a common thing at the start of the stream where we get a bit of frame droppage. That is mostly due to my bad internet connection, and I'm really sorry. I'm trying to figure out best way to do it, fix it and sort it, but I don't know. I think it's just gonna be a thing that's gonna happen, which is annoying, but we'll ride it out. It'll usually fix itself. Anyway, speaking of fixing things, we've got to fix the criminal justice situation and make sure someone goes off scot-free. And that person in this case is Lansky, as we are entering the finale of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, which we've been playing for a while now, so I'm hoping this will be the final fast stream of this game, and then we've got 2 more to do afterwards. But yeah, this game's really fun, so hopefully so it's gonna be great. I'm really looking forward to finishing it off. I think we've just got to do the final trial, and then that's it. So I'm trying to think of, I remember where we got to last time. So at the end of the last stream, found out there is police corruption rife in the city of whatever city this game is set in. Basically, Detective Gant has been pressuring and blackmailing, and been not a very good guy, and so it's about to come back to bite him in the arse, basically, hopefully. So yeah, we'll have to just get started because I can't recap the game, and the game will do a better job of it in a second anyway, so let's get to it! Oh, we got a trial form around the trial ladder, so it's going to be a long one. February 25th, 9:47 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Ah, our favourite defendant lobby. This is a defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendants. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? She's just in the detention centre. And where's Emma for that matter? It's almost it seems as if they've flown the coop. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Ah, Edgeworth! Edgeworth! Knowing you, you've already figured it out. I gotta get into that voice. And knowing you, you've already figured it out. Nah, it's not much better. Who's the owner of the 7777 ID number that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Gant! Looks like I'm not the only one. Looks like I'm not the only one picking out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt it will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes, Wright and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But you didn't do it! I figured you didn't say as much. That is why I'm here. To hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today is the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. Ding? If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. Also, sorry, I'm still slightly spluttering. I'll think about it. You and got right. This is it. We're ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her. It's now. 10 AM. District Court. Quarter number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statements. Yeah? But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. He is finally going to make a decent man out of me. Chief Gant. That tie is really weird. Like, I don't understand it at all. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Edgy. Been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough in the tears of my work. Huh. Well, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. I decided to make him like he's from Bristol. Don't know why. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, what exactly is this proposal of yours? Lawyer, that's to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? I haven't heard what she intends to say. I feel like she should be granted a request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Yeah, I was saying he's from Bristol, but it sounds like he could be from anywhere, because I can't do voices. What is this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. What? Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. Except you didn't, because he was already dead. No, Lana! Objection! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. Ooh! But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. An unprecedented situation in this courtroom? Wild. Indeed, it appears there's no need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Objection! One moment, Your Honor. But Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it is obvious to me that some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Ms. Emma Skye. I request that the court hears her testimony. Hold it! Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, to avert one's eyes from it, it will be a greater tragedy. I said that in the wrong order, but I got the gist of it. Gavel. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Ms. Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Now then, witness. Please state your name and your occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, that's on a job, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Duck of the Joe Duck killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying to hide my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm so sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is the incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Two years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. so let's press it just so we can find out why she was sent 6. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes. She was second in command under then Deputy Chief of Police Gant. My sister. She was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Lana promised to take me to the dinner after she finished her work. A man came running in and took me hostage. I'm going to press that too. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic since the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. I'll never get what I saw in that instance. I'll press that. No, that's true. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then. But yeah, forget it. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, and then the lights went out. The lights? Yeah, it was just about this time of year. Sorry, it was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unfaithful image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Himmel. So, you spoke to Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you had enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe, has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago did not contain a picture. Gavel! Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I once did everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. Is that strange? I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scenes that imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Do we have that? We do not. Unless it's like drawn on the back of this for some reason, which it's not. Oh wait, that's it. Well, that had something to do with it. The handprint can be seen on the level cloth. Print belongs to Emma. I think that's information myself. Well, that'll come in useful later. I don't think right now. Because that isn't obviously the picture of the scene. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Geoduck was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can. Okay, it's a lie, but Lana sure does. I'm going to check this. So that was obviously evidence in the SM9. I don't think this is gonna... Yeah, no, because I think it's faulty instead of... I want to check the... Rational time of death, 7 to 7:30, single stab wound piercing heart and lung, death from blood loss, sometimes 10 minutes. And found missing tip. Hang on, I wonder if... Stab is marsh in the chest, that's not... Yeah, that's... Yes, that's wrong. The witness statement's clear... What? I'm gonna press that, even though I think I already have. if there's anything that we haven't pressed her on. Yep, so we have checked that one. So I'm just gonna go back and press that again because I want to... What that last line was triggered something. Okay, so it just... Here receiving an effect picture. This is mistaken. Yeah, let's take a look at the evidence. There it is, that's it. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence. Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. What I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a feature. I meant picture, I don't know why I said feature or whatever I said. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Wow! What's this? Yes, what is that? It is a very good drawing at the very least. Hey, that's it! That's the picture I drew! Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? It will appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order, order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, and that means... Your Honor! Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth. It is possible. Let's see. Ah! Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Anna. I had a minor rage issue. It is sorted now. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. It's a Beladro. Oh, it's this tune. This infernal tune. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. This act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence is restored and updated in the courtroom. Court record. Gallo. Very well. Witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark is about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Press on that. Did you draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye. 2 or 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in our minds. Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? Because it's based off shadows. It's called all she knows. Flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. So at the time didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue? No. I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. And what happened after the lightning flashed? After that, I must have fainted. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No. I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second, but only that, but the drama of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Sorry for asking too many questions, but you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact same. It wasn't influenced from the way your talk, it wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated their memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I'd be better watch out or he might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story will influence me. Mr. Wright, is there something about this that's bothering you about this picture? Huh? Oh, well. That's strange. She claims it's exactly the scene that's been printed in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. I'm gonna try the autopsy report again. I don't know, is that gonna... Yes, it's gonna work, brilliant. You can tell because the music's cut out. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Gobble! Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply point out this contradiction, and for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy? Oh, see, here's the thing, I don't exactly know where the best... place to put this. Do you put it in his chest here? Or do we select the knife? I'm going to say chest, but I'm not. I think it's this part here. I don't see what's so strange about that. That's because the drawing stinks. Wow, suddenly you're an art critic. Mr. Wright, how could you? The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty. I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame on others. Yes, well, as long as the offence learns a lesson. But take a look at the autopsy report and look at this picture. Gallo! Contradiction of course lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound into the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? It's perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. Touché! That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many questions if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there is no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treating on thin ice, Mr. Wright. All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Ah! Order, 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 order. Are you saying the investigation was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Kent. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It's my belief that somewhere in the story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that is true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Do I select Dan's mistake or I'll say there's another one. But Winters is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. Can't be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some other information about this other broken knife. So please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look. Here is a real murder weapon. Oh, it's the unstable jar, right? If anything is broken here, it's you. Huh? I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. It may remind you that fame is not in the sky, hangs in the balance. Okay, fine, I guess I'll... Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The murder weapon could be broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Oh. Do we think it's the prosecutor's trophy? Because that was broken 2 years ago. Crap. Right, that's a game over. Well, that's what you wanted anyway. Right, let's try this again. Gonna have to skip through a whole bunch of stuff. So, hold on a second. Sorry, I've got to do something quickly. Pow! Pow! I've also got to remember some of the options that we said. This is going to be fun. Blah blah blah. Okay, so Lana is still... Okay, with Emma Sky's coming to this stand, right. Okay, so... Just getting, I've got what the correct answers are for the ones we've already done. So we have that as like a reference. So it's just so we're not like messing around with losing our health again. Right, so we have to press her on that. Here more. Ask on the picture. Present the evidence list. Right, so we're almost back to where we were. It's the picture I drew 2 years ago. Shining so I can see it, I've now must faint. This picture is actually exactly what's on the instant. So if I recall correctly, we need to do the autopsy report. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But let's remember it like it was yesterday. That's be simply faster if you pointed out this contradiction for us. This bit, the tippy tip. Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife in the man is holding. Take a look at the man the knife is holding. Ah! Words! If you look close, you can see the tip is broken. Even I don't have to look close to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence to prove Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple then. In the very pretzel, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should not yet have been broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken before end. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Dag! Order. You're saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honour? Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place on the day of the murder. Police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. It also looks like the 10th Doctor is also standing at the police office, talking to that officer there. After rescuing the King of the Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, the Marshal questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gantz. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. So I think we're out in the Prosecutor's Trophy. I think Prosecutor Marshal Chase Avon was finally killed by Dark. Call him Drake. It's like one letter off, but this is my belief that somewhere in the story there's a lie. I'm not lying. The memory was holding up a broken knife. So I think I'm pretty sure I'm right when I'm thinking it's the Prosecutor's Trophy. It's like the halberd bit that fell off 2 years ago. But I just need to... It's obviously not that bit. It's not the trophy itself, so... There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being 2 broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Yes! There is another. The witness is adamant about the connection of what she saw. It can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright. In that instance, I really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some other information about this other broken knife. So please feel free to enlighten us. No weapons were even broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look. This is a real murder weapon. So I reckon this photo might be the thing, because that shows the thing. Lance lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Sorry. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! Ah! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It is a broken murder weapon. No, it's the award Prosecutor Marshal is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order. Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. And as an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that cannot be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murder and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? The list? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. This wasn't 12.5 at the time I drew this picture. What? What? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part way deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you recalled, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honour. First knife mix up and now the blue badger. This should be interesting. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Then there was another flash of lightning and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. What? This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detective hadn't even designed him until this year. Oh, that's a bit of a weird typo there. That should be designed, but that would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Stop! Please don't pursue this any further. Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Skye. We've already come this far. It is too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems like we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Right. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark. Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall. She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife. As we just theorized. Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Wow, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down. All I think was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean you think? well, it all happened so fast and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, but what I did, it's kind of a blur. Miss Guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. There was so much happening in a matter of seconds, and a little disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with a knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's what I saw. The blue badger. Are you sure about this? Of course. See? We even drew a picture of him here. But, it was the chief of detectives who fought up this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange, but I was surprised when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before. Somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see the dancing? It wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw it in shadow. So, his shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is that what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh? And I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really was. What was it that I saw when light flashed? Who is this blue badger really? I might just know. The badger hadn't even been dreamt up when I drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defence's belief on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright! In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it the witness saw in the instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger alike. Oh shit, he's calling my bluff. I mean, I guess... Crap, I forgot the way this is working. The unstable jar kind of looks like it has those 3 horns. Kind of. Like, hang on. If we check it and then turn it like that, then it looks very blue badger-esque. But and especially if it had been knocked on the floor, maybe it would be at an angle, so it would like more like, yeah, we're gonna go for that. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's what exactly is that? Well, clearly someone doesn't have an eye for ceramics. I believe it's some sort of jar. Good job, detective. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Crap. How do we... Maybe it needs... course that handle's broken off, so it would be more like... No, it would be the other way around. It would be like... something like that? I don't know. This isn't right. I've got to make it more like it would be right. Allow me to remind the defense in its case injuries on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright cannot match the shape of the witness drew. We cannot accept his claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically or a bit more, or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright. You can do it. I've got to show them. Great angle to look. No, that's not right. And that's not right either, because it would be... That's what we tried before. I just... I don't think that's right, but no. I'm looking up the exact angle because I just... This dog is really annoying me. Yeah, so... That looks kinda right, but I feel that's what we've been doing. It's not... I've got an image of what it's supposed to be, and it's like... We kind of need to get this left one just... Well, is this a miracle or what? That was really finicky and really like... Wasn't that much room for error, I don't think. No one can possibly deny this child's resemblance to the Blue Badger. No. It cannot be! Order, order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious Blue Badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What is your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar? Shit. We already know the location, we already know the murder weapon, right? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle I made it, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of the Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near but the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. Is the witness certified so? Yes, and it's these two facts that reveal what actually happened. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There is no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. What? Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is where Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Ah! That suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the prosecutor's trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you cannot be thinking... Yes, there is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nonetheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man in the sky knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. Blech. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined the testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Jeez, I was not expecting that. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances. Joe Dark murder prosecutor Nick Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you even try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Tisk tisk. Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean, the possibility the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Neil Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or other. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left for you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? We'll think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Mr. Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. Ah, shit. It's probably this, right? It can't be... This is a message from the deceased. Right. Now then. This is a message from the judge. Oh. I guess I wasn't right. The dead person left behind a message. It have to have been written in written form. That's the only logical conclusion. You'd better be careful or you may point out the deceased yourself. Judge! Judge, he's threatening me! He's threatening me in the court of law. This is... I think this is, it's an intent to murder. I think there are laws against this. Let's try this again. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please show us a piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. It's not right. There's blood traces from the incident 2 years ago. New fragments found. I want to say this, to be honest, because of the blood traces. Because I can't think of anything else that would be. I don't think this is relevant. Yeah, let's go for this, and if it's not... This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? That thing. If that thing could, I am sure it would. It's like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. The message was left here, on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason the blood in some of these fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines? Let's use the marshal. I knew this. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have been seeped into the jar from where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. What we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message does the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. We've got to connect these dots to make the letters. So one thing to do, one thing the victim will have written, given the circumstances. Help? I don't know. His murderer's name. I mean, there's loads of ways we can connect these, so... Oh, it's gonna say Lana, isn't it? Oh no, wait, no. Maybe it's an Emma. What do you think? I came up with this message. Yes. I feel like I'm teaching handwriting to a student who is all thumbs. Alright, jeez. Christ. Everyone's a art critic today. Bloody hell. I think you should make him write out, I won't do it again 100 times. I never so much handwriting. Guess I'll check the court record. It's alright. What kind of message did the victim leave for us? Yeah, well, we can't connect up to anything else, so... Then why can we still connect that? Just make a complete mess. I don't want to present it unless it's right, because I don't want to... just gonna do a quick check. Yeah, it is right. Cool. I think. Which sucks for us, because I don't want it to be Emma, but... That's what I've been that's why I've been thinking about saving Lana. After all my efforts, I would never ever turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Michelle left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Seaworthy. Can't say I didn't warn ya. Chief Kent. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Back! Yes. Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. We're not? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there weren't any evidence to cover up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact can't be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Oh, that was a mess. It's not the outcome I was hoping for, or was expecting. Yeah, we'll probably go to save. Robo 6, defendant lobby number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Do not worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Eh? Eh? Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later. Bye, Gumshoe! Wait, that is a Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happy people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Well, let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was ever a break in today's trial. I like the chick with the Sherlock Holmes hat. It's very fun. Evidence law? I was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? Seems so. You can at least study some evidence law. Really? Well, Chief of Police also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? She means Gant. I guess I need to give this book for a read. Well, you got 15 minutes till recess is over, so better get on that, right? Doesn't look like that book will do any good now, though. All that's left of now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still standing in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else does that have to do? Your credibility's been all babrooned with those forged evidence you're unaware of. Emma Skye found out she unwillingly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're gonna expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. Time to bring it to an end. Bravo! Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well... normally this is where the prosecution calls for witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain? Hang on. What's gonna happen here? You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Come on! Then it is settled. The, defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Freaking Gant! Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Yeah. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As a defense partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel as though we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. Alright, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Why is this? Some kind of practical joke? Or it was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with a grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 instance. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. No? Like what? Like the role you played in all this. What? Son, either you're very brave, or very foolish. Can it be both? You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't wanna. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Then that... That's a problem, right? I mean, the very concept of that is like very much showing he's above the law, which shouldn't really be the case in any society. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to endure a trial. Really? Are you though? Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neil and I were to question him that day. To make a long story short, he slipped up. Well, that power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Doc was arrested? Him? Oh, he was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Darko had bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, and I better hit him hard and fast. It just doesn't make sense. They're questioning during a power outage. Like, how did he get to the elevator to the other floor? As I recall telling me this held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After waiting his reward, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Drive. I made him run away like that. Was the defendant Elena Skye also present in the room? Oh, you don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it. To make a long story short, we stepped up, the parents in her favor. So the two of you ran immediately. Well, that's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say, he got lucky. What is this about the power outage? Oh, only that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil was when that knife went through his heart though. That's not funny. I went to my office, I found Lana there. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, partly his head and it was knocked out. How? Next to them were those two poor girls. Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk? That's right. I think you said it earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and denying evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Is that what it really went down? Staring at the witness won't do any. Staring at the witness would not do any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd better off staring at the court record. Worthy. Always a smooth talker. But which piece of evidence needs to grant to forgery? Neither did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth. Somehow I've got a link Gant to the incident. So, Edgeworth has recommended we have a look at the court record and at the evidence. Another thing, I'm also a bit about the whole Emma sort of well, Emma's been set up. Like, I'm pretty sure it's been set up. Because, like, I find it hard to believe a 13-year-old girl could push a man into his, that hard into a, suit of armor that would stab him in the back. That feels really, and also the jar that makes writing the word Emma in blood, it just feels too, I don't know, it just feels too convenient. Anyway, let's not drop our controller. Cease, Near Marshall, 7 seconds in the room, So... What's the evidence? No evidence shall be shown about the people of these departments, and written evidence must be presented. Must be relevant to the case on trial. I don't know. There's an idea of which is the best piece of evidence here. That'd be great. Because I'm kind of like, I don't know what the best... I don't know what it is. Right, I'm going to double check this. Maybe there's something here? Okay, so let's find land there. Should we arrange crime scene? You can see I know to do the forgery. There's gotta be something that we have that contradicts that. Maybe. Why would you put the jar in the safe? He had never do the forgery, and then there's also this, which is found in the safe. So obviously he has something to do with forgery because he's covering something up. He's covering it up. Don't think it's that. I'm going to do the jar, but I'm not convinced. You're claiming you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this, for example. That's that blue badger you showed us earlier. It's not a blue badger, it's a jar. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Gavel! Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Oh, Or is a defense attorney you may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? You're involved in the forgery? Oh, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Wright-o? My voice got very squeaky there for a second. Oh, I don't know why. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. No, you're right. They're not, are they, Gant? Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. I thought you already got fired. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence. Please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Oh, then by all means, explain it then. See, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, we can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You don't understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Not if you go to jail, there isn't. Indeed. I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again. Oh, my apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Edgy. In return, though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Right. Press him on that. I'd appreciate it if you stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes. Well, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can ya? If you have proof to the contrary, you're gonna need it later. Later? What are you talking about? What else? I'm talking about when Wright-o's prints are found. Yes. If they're found in my safe, they will prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. But it's not legal if the evidence is relevant to the trial, which it is. Anyway, you can't prove. What do you mean by that? Oh, this is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Wright-o. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. In fact, if they are found after Drake's convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, well, wouldn't that be convenient? That's why it's in his safe. Right? The chief is talking about a possibility. So long as you can rule that out, your remarks, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Come now, Wright-o. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in it. Recently went French. We don't know why I did that. There's no reason I'd participate in the forgery. How can you look at me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it who murdered Neil? I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the reason the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's death was Emma Skye. Well, now do you see? Do you see? Rearranging the crime scene would not be out in their way. Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there is one large benefit you reap from all this. I mean, he became Chief of Police. No, we wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh? The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. And that in itself is sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? Don't answer that. What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 really sped up the inevitable, a little. That was a weird line reading, but whatever, we'll go over it. Is that true, Abdullah? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Yeah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointing that. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. I see what you were saying about pointing finger there, Rob. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only three people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Well, I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice here if there was nothing in it for me. Press! Nothing in it for you? Ah, sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lon's little sister, was it? You think I felt sorry for her? You better think again. No, I don't. Yeah, I don't believe he cares about Emma or Lana. In fact, that's why he's trying to throw both of them under the bus. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and be tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone else? I don't know. I mean, would he have helped someone out, but only to further his own gain later on? I'm guessing no. Bah, I can't think of how it would help him. That means he wouldn't have helped out anyone. Relax and take a deep breath, Mr. Wright. Try to think outside the box. After all, that is what you're good at, is it not? Think outside the box. I thought I'd hear him tell me that. The question isn't who would the chief help. It's who would ask the chief for help. Well, Lana, for one. If someone did that, he'd be sure to find a way to benefit from that person. It appears the defense has nothing more to say. Chief, would you please repeat your testimony from the beginning? Gant isn't the one who murdered Prosecutor Marshall 2 years ago. Yeah, I know he played a part in the forgery. That can only mean that someone asked him to be an accomplice. Demon Gant, someone's accomplice? That sounds unlikely. What if? Anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. So who would... There's evidence for something, but what? Anyone's accomplice if there's anything... I don't think this is the right... Yeah, no, it's... no. I'm gonna press this again, just double check something. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? We did press on this, right? Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl was this towards it. Think about I felt sorry for it, you better think again. Right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. I could point out their accomplice. True, you might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright. It appears you positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who'd like to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then. Who is this person you believe Chief Gan may have helped forge evidence? So, I'm pretty sure it's going to be Lana, right? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for the Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to ask to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this change was you, Chief Gant. Obviously meant he could then manipulate. He had that hanging over her and could then manipulate her for his own gain. At that point. But what would he profit from all this? He would basically have the whole prosecutor's office in his hand. He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me, despite the chief's criminal appearance, he plays with puppets? Alright, I'm out of there. Never mind. This guy's an idiot. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right-o, my dear boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? Oh, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid that without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about... the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. Oh, we're finally going back to that. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this whole entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue, or we wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Gabble, gabble, gabble! Order, order, order! I said, order! Mr. Wright, you cannot be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. Yeah. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's... impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier to understand language. It is too late, Mr. Wright. There is no turning back for us now. It looks like he's not the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Ah. Crap. Okay. Well, if the... Oh, I don't... Evidence from a past case of abattoirs brought back in this one to make answer request. Well, that's 7. The quadruple 7s is Gant's identification number. Is that the one though? Is that the evidence we need here? I mean, I'm gonna check that again. 420, and we know the murder happened. Well, the murder already happened. Screw it, let's go for it. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence on the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7. Septuple 7. Just gonna say it because it isn't. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 777777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense is searching my office is in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm the chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go wherever I want. Yeah, but you're not above the law. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? We always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? We hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him? In days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lance Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting. In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. I'm talking so fast, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence once more. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Grant on the day of the crime. I know I have it. This is it. The lost report item, because it can only be submitted to Chief Police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. To be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have had to give the report to the Chief of Police. Yeah, you are in possession of that report. Which means you can't be so sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. Or you accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. Ori, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, we believe I might have done that. I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that is not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Ah, what the bloody hell? I was not expecting that. He'd just been like shot by Pikachu or something. Chief Gant, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, but no one in their right mind would have chosen the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. As you are forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did you manage to move it there? Oh, it was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone was aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think we just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. We don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was just a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief of police have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. Oh crap, what did he do? Oh, hang on. Evidence of past case address brought back to his office by Gant's request. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does that have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It is here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice in this Lana Sky.
Order. What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It is a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
We can't believe... Your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but we're having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to have break in time for an early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So, you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away?
Well, don't make me laugh, Worthy. We stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you have any conclusive evidence, you'd have presented it by now. Well, You think I allowed to dispose of the body? So, show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright?
Your Honor?
Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body?
Do I have any concrete proof? Do we have any concrete proof? I can't let him just squirm his way out of this. I mean, I've got to keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better be proof that Detective Gant Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
So this was the murder weapon. Was it? I reckon it's going to be this, right? Because... So this was... It's found at the crime scene, but it was taken from the evidence. It was taken from the evidence locker. I just... I just don't want to be wrong. But I can't think it's anything else. There's Marshall's fingerprints. I'm gonna go for the switchblade knife. I don't know if this is...
So, what exactly is this evidence?
It's proof as to whether or not it's enough to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge. I mean, it isn't your job title, but I don't know.
But I am the judge. I am the law.
Oh, right. Well, what do you think, Your Honor?
What do I think, Mr. Wright? Is I'm going to be late for lunch is what I think.
I guess it wasn't enough. Please, Your Honor, just give me a little longer to consider.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Gaming against the current chief of police. I'm gonna have to look at what this is because I don't want to get this right and wrong. Enough times that we fail. Mr. Wright. Do you have any concrete proof? So, it says the answer is no, we don't have any proof. Which I think is actually the right, yeah, I think that's probably right. Because if the murder weapon isn't concrete proof, then we probably don't have anything. So you're showing evidence, I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honour, at present I have no conclusive evidence. CRG. In that case, this court is forced to penalise you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Wright-o. Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, RG, I'll leave the rest of you. Or you'll leave the rest of you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? What? Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honour of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness! In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse testimony. There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial? Sorry, questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honour? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Sorry, I rained out one more time. Judge's voice is really, like, doing a number on my throat. I really regret making him, like, gruff and low. Because his voice is really... It's a real struggle for me right now. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? So it's not really low, it's just gruff. Because I can't really talk that lower. She might be willing to tell the truth. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honour. The defence calls forth. It's gonna have to be Lana, right? The one person we haven't had a testimony from. The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 PM on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections, Your Honour. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Hold on! Huh? Chief Grant, I thought you were going to eat. Funny enough, so was I, but it's not relevant at this point. That's some good Lana. He's talking to Lana. We don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Well, that's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah! This isn't good. Of course, we never support such outrageous claims anyway, right?
Just something to think about. Alright then. We've got a lunch date to meet. Toodaloo and all that. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. It looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Alright, Chief. Well, he's really something else, eh, pals? Just a gumshoe! I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, sorry about that. Ah! Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office! My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean... Maya? Still. Looks like we're on the moves now. Chief Kent's done again. How is he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, there's not a right to be invoked casually. There are certain risks to be considered. Risks? What do you mean by that? It is simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite is also holds true. Do you mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I always feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since the appointment to the chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Kent's orders? She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Kent may not be maybe to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It is time to end this. To be continued. Immediately, because we're going to finish this trial. We're going to do that today. I'm just going to just take 5 minutes. I'm going to have a bit more water. And we'll be right back. So bear with me for a second. I'm just going to put on some music as well, just sort of like... What should we put on? Where is the... how about... Or how about a song, I Believe... How about Pollyanna, I Believe in You, from Earthbound? I'll be right back. I love this remix. I'm such a big Earthbound fan. I love that series so much. I guess the music in it is just incredible. Like, obviously it's a Smash Bros remix, but like, also I think because like, even though I didn't play Earthbound until I was like 15, 16, something like that, I bought the port of Mother 1 and 2 for the Game Boy Advance and ported it. Obviously I don't speak Japanese and don't read Japanese, so it was like pretty much impossible to actually finish. I'm going to turn the back soon off because we're so back. But we're just going to have a little like chat before we get back to the final. Just like, I haven't really had much moments during the Phoenix Wright playthrough to sort of just stop and go, let's talk about stuff. But yeah, so like, I played the Mother 1 and 2 port. I never finished it obviously because it was just impossible. Even though I had like a guide and everything, but not knowing Japanese, it was like to navigate that game's insane. Mother 2's Earthbound's menu system is just it's impossible. So yeah, so I think I played it a couple of years after that, and then played Mother 3, and Mother 3 is like one of my favourites of all time. One day I will play those games on stream. I don't know when, because they're not overly long, but I find RPGs. There's one I really want to play more of them on stream, but they are big and beefy. That I don't know. I never really know how the best way to tackle them is. That's what I'm thinking of doing a Pokemon game. I think after this we'll do a Pokemon game on stream. I really want to play Pokemon again. I've been in a real like Pokemon mood lately. It's just deciding which the right one is the thing I'm struggling with right now. God. Right, we should probably get back to it. To the final trial. Oh, we should have played the final trial music from Pikmin. I think I've got that on my Apple Music somewhere. That would have been. Oh, I'll have to play it over the at the end of the stream. We'll have to do that then. All right. As much as I love this song, I don't really love this song. Yeah, I have to turn that down and get back to the game. Oh, yeah. The hell if I actually... Hang on. It's weird because I think there's like a delay in the game capture from my monitors, and the audio audio doesn't have that delay, so it's like I don't think anyway. No, it has. Hang on, I'm gonna double check that. No, the delay's there. It's just louder. Or there's slightly less. There's delay on both, but it's like slightly different on. It's weird. This is why I need to replace my Focusrite. I'm thinking of upgrading to the 2i2, but I'm not fully convinced I'm gonna have the same problem. Anyway, enough of that. Back to trial. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Ms. Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I am sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past few years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Come on. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, let's tell us about your relationship with Chief Guns. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gans. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Oh, Lana. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offence. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you will help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's saying the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Right. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why... Okay. To the meat of it. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. You didn't! No. And... I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was it's justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized about that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago? When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. Okay. How? So you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems as though I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The prosecutor marshal died from an unfortunate accident. Yeah, so that means someone else had already put that in there? That's only a situation you dreamed it was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. I knew it! Sometimes you want this, right? But I'll never change that statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. Right. If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh! That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. What? That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up the lies with more lies. Or just to prank me. I don't know why I was convinced by her saying that Emma didn't kill anyone. Anyway, so when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. I broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound and then moved the body. That's very elaborate. You planted the nib of Dark's knife in the wound, then you moved the body? But why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but I may be able to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? When you showed that at the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Kent's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. To have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason is Sky moved the body. A piece of the jar that shot during the events threatened my plan. Elaborate on that. Piece of the jar, you mean? Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course. It had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what had happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. I'm gonna press on that, but... So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. You were so desperate to hide that fact. You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. But Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Looks like she's determined to protect you from the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she goes out alone. I've got to get down and talk more. She's lying. She's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. That can't be true, right? Because he had to have, Because he had to have written Emma's name on the jar before she got there. Do I want to present this? Yeah, let's go for it. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was with? Yes, that one. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction of my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during my events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. See, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah! He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order. Your Honour, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar, and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems as though you're in the dark as we are. About the truth towards which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they got discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? Wasn't Chief Prosecutor at the time? She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Okay. So the jar was already broken. It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier. So it looks as feeble as the defense's case. Jesus Christ, man. Not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have. But it was dark and I didn't have time to check it out. I mean, that's probably true because I didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar. No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana, you'd do that for me? Seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If something happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence by any McCain. This is rather shocking. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was... I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything but gather up the pieces. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. The detective was always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I always carry a pocket light and the camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. Never miss anything. I've got every last piece. Apart from the piece in the camp in the safe. Looking at the wiping clean for their discovery. Do you illegally rearrange the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've got to on this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain in the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. If we can finally figure out the contradictions in testimony, there's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Did you know? I don't know. I'm just gonna press again. I mean, I'm glad you figured that out, like the contradiction testimony in Phoenix, because I certainly haven't. I mean, obviously, like being able to notice the blood traces in the jar and being dark in the room is not. You wouldn't be able to do that. You wouldn't be able to see that if it was too dark and you couldn't see. What if? I'm just going to object with the big dragon because I believe this jar can't see the tree if even you're unaware, because there was the final piece was in Gant's safe, so she didn't see it. So I'm going to guess that's going to be in here. I'm thinking I might be right because the music stopped and he's talking. There's not a generic line here. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the chief's safe? But how? I knew it, she really didn't know. There's something even more to say about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply have missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. Well, that may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were on my mouth all along. Ah, can you believe that? I kinda can, actually. Have you forgotten yet, Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There is no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar.
Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, the question is, if he had arrived there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. No. Wait. I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely ate one of the broken pieces. Question. What is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Grant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that Emma committed the dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet. Oh, ooh, don't do that. That probably really hurt. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I mean, technically she doesn't, because she can't fire you. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Jeez, the character assassination going on in this case is just off the chart. Huh? Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean, right? So, do you tell foul lies? Do you tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of the prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, and if you tell the truth. I don't know why my voice went like that, it's very weird. It is almost like I'm a bad detector. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time. Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought, she did it. That's why I raised all the evidence linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant to help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But it was all really a fabrication, and I might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the suit on the armor sword. Yes, I thought we'd established that. You were the only one who says that. If only you had proof? Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember seeing a picture like that. It's in the evidence law book, right? Look in the book. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be something. There's a picture in there somewhere. Well, I should have said he keeps the camera over everywhere. Hey, there's a picture here.
Question. Would it have been possible for us to have checked that book earlier and find this picture? Like, is there a way we could... No, because it was all during trial scenes, so it's not like we would have been able to... Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Found this picture inserted in the court record. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be... Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? It's your handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. These are fingerprints, those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. As long as you tell the truth, you should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit around the suit. Hold it! Wait! What? Ah! Come now, RJ. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant, what? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word to show my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Ooh. Edgeworth, come again hot. This must be that risk we talked about talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves that you knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that really leaves no room for doubt. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Ah, crap, we're gonna have to show them. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence present now, and if you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do we do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows that who really killed Professor Marshall? I don't know. I think we have to. I don't want to, because obviously it's Emma's handprint on the thing. But obviously, like it said, we'll be in really big trouble if we don't. What if? I'm gonna do. Yes, Ron, I do have evidence. I'm gonna have to do this. Alright, time to come to show it to them. Unless there's gonna be some twist, like it's fabricated, or I don't know. I feel like there's gonna be some twist to it. Now then, let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows you actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. It's a piece of leather cloth. Yes, it most likely was cut from the victim's vest, near his chest.
What is this? There's a big handprint on it. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are on these? Well, I'm sure a writer has checked, haven't you? Well, whose are they? They're Miss Skies. Miss Emma Skies. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See, we told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. Or you don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? But give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Neil Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No! No! Everything hinged on that point. In the end, Lana... Oh. Alright. Well, that happened. Right, okay, let's get the thing up so we can look up what we previously... That was, that was really bad. Right, so you have to press on the... Right, you press on that. Shit, I meant to do, present the court evidence.
Okay, so got to present the bring them large, so I got them all, then we present the jar again. Right, a lot going on here. Right, it's broke the jar, blah blah blah. Let's see what happened here. Right, she's approved because she's going to show us the evidence logbook. She's going to mention the evidence logbook if you need to check. Right, so here we want to, when Gant makes a sudden... I mean, just rude when you interrupt the testimony like that, but... Right. Right, can't show evidence. 'Cause we're not going to game over this time. It was really embarrassing. So even though, it's funny because reading back over that just now, I was like, what was I thinking even like doing that? It's so clear that it's obviously like a don't pick this option. Choose one carefully, or else you're screwed. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence to present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. Well, you know it was you who took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, because we're baiting him. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. But what are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks as though it's been quite out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence? This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of police department.
impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her?
I knew Lana. I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. But when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid.
So you assisted in this guy?
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip on the victim's body, and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Duck convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I had 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
But why? For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
Well, I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead, while forging the evidence? What you take me for? A fool? I didn't make Police Chief Boy dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Some people don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean, is that a piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So admit to it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut out of the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being the chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself?
Just a moment ago you claimed you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. Should have shown it then, before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory is mine. Show evidence. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately taken to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the lever, there must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh. You're as slow in the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Righto had all this time to present this evidence. Yet, he was reluctant to do so. Now why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Now then, Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Come on! Whoever these fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as projected. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Beacons! No, that's right.
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
You're really something, Righto. You know this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Sky. You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offence. I know. I am looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh shit, he's prioring this? And by prioring I mean Columbo. It's Columboing it. Oh, well, how's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. See, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this full blah blah about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What can it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, a piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. I guess the evidence is because he concealed evidence. I don't know. Is there anything? Oh. I think that's the right wing, but I'm not sure. It's fun watching you squirm, Righto. This piece of evidence does seem to contradict something. The outward appearance of mental sanity! Oh, what am I doing? This cloth was cut from the Prosecutor Marshall's vest after he died. And something's definitely not right about it. It is too late to turn back now. You're the only one who can put an end to this, right? You've got your hands here. I don't know. Guess we could try Lan's picture. What exactly is this supposed to be?
This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes, it's surely showing underneath. It's hard to make out with the blood in his vest.
Oh. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs are out punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. But there would also be blood on the leather vest, right?
Oh, but that piece of cloth. Wait. There's no blood on it.
Since M. Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time.
No, this is nonsense.
Now then, Chief Count, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. Most likely it is head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write a name on the jar with the victim's blood. I was saying this like 2 hours ago that was all they were setting her up. A jar that they had then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue? To make Lana believe that her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only minutes ago? You personally cut out this bloodless piece of a victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you prove you were the actual murderer. It's finally over. Wait. Heh. Whoa.
Well, that was close, Righto. You almost had me.
Huh?
Sorry, but you'll have to do a little better than that, or you refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Hold on. What nonsense is this? Legal evidence can't be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Reggie?
Then you're all right, you can see that piece of cloth.
So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you?
You're right, I'm the evidence of President blah blah blah.
Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
Well, at that moment, the police of Goth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh.
Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last laugh's on you, son. I am afraid Miss Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
Oh, we need to show the evidence logbook. Seems at last. Time for me to reveal my plans has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? Did you purposely and illegally conceal this piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit that I refused to present it at one point.
So the evidence is illegal.
No, it isn't, Mr. Gant.
What?
It's not that I didn't present evidence though. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean, you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence.
No. Reggie, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
I'm not expect we're getting to the semantics of legal or illegal evidence in this game, if I'm honest. Very well, let's settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Evidence law book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. Hell yeah, literature.
What's this?
I've done my homework too, Gant. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
See, it's written right here in this book. Second rule of evidence law.
Huh?
Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying that I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence must be presented to be relevant. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident.
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take a look at this picture and...
Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few minutes ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh yes.
No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, as the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Professor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you.
What?
Oh jeez, he's losing his mind. Oh god. He's ducking the cover. It's clapping himself into a coma.
Oh, I knew I should have got rid of him. That good for nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something off me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted me to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star and then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, who else? Yeah, that's right. Who else was it going to be, you big muppet?
If the evidence transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
Goodman turned down, as he oughta.
Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me on that day. He wanted to foil the last writing report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the case, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There were too many questions left unanswered.
Sorry, Goodman is like a noir detective for some reason. We opened the evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
"It's not too late. I'm going to hand over all this over to Marshall, see?"
Well, to be honest, we was a bit taken aback by his words. We had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. Stabby stabby. We couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was pouring out. I didn't know someone might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worried so much about the floor, I didn't realise my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint? From Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car? I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Grr. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Sky involved in all this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence does not hold up very well upon a close examination. You must have known that. Again, really sorry for the sputtering, guys. I'm still getting over a weird cough thing, I don't know. Tell me, Worthy, why did you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring him down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Edgy? What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too. Dear God. I knew you as you used to be. Long ago. You were once a fine investigator. An example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn you're no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Edgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry. You'll be fine. Now you have Wright over here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. Now I'm gonna go straight to jail. Farewell. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help forge your evidence, up until today. Come on! So, it seems all the questions raised in the trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have. For a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much these past 3 days as I have. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you. It was nothing. Liar. I was worried that the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. light to this case. Seems as a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder, however. Although the Chief blackmailed you, the fact is... A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Decided not to work. Of course it did. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is Lan cute? I think Lan's pretty cute. Come to that conclusion after like 3 episodes of this of case 5. Yeah, she's kind of cute.
Is there something amusing about it? Is there something amusing about this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of those heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of the murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lan Sky, not guilty.
Yeah.
That is all. Court's adjourned. Judge out.
Long last. It's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. I can see why me at Faye thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, we just had this. You know, I did my best too. But no, I didn't say a single word to me.
Well, I'm not interrupting, pals. Oh, I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, there's a gumshoe. What is it? I need you to break up this awkward moment.
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making an attempt to run around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. Well, I've seen happy people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I want a killing.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
I recognize you. Not enough. Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you don't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked God to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realise I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. You know how much I was hurting about distancing myself. But I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I mean, she does have eyes. Not wrong about that. I was scared that how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. I turned my back on you that day. I'm hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realise it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologise. I'm happy now. You're Happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now, you have. Oh, Emma. Emma. Aww. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is try to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on to a brighter future. At least that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright? Mr. Gumshoe?
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Oh, he's looking as cheerful as ever. Where was he hiding? He's clearly behind the bush. I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, I'll be going now. Bye, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, I do hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Eh. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. Eh. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I cannot correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Kent was right.
You boys, criminals. We can feel it. You are the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth. Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Kent did. That thought terrifies me. That is why I cannot continue on as a prosecutor. Oh, interesting. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma. They're both total shitbags. We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. Were they though? I mean, they falsified evidence and lied in court and generally not good people. But they both made the same mistake. Eh? You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. Eh? You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth and I would have been able to find out on our own? I mean, of course I know what it is. It's obviously it's obviously the evidence list. Definitely did not look that up just to... That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence list, and I had the other. Oh yeah, well now you say it seems obvious. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. It is time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! What were you doing now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court. Edgeworth probably had more of an arc over the course of this game than Phoenix and Wright does, which is interesting. Interesting choice. Farewell. I better get going too. Okay, but I'll be surprised to visit soon. Seems we both have a lot to learn and catch up to do. Here, here's a little something for you. I love the duck on the chick on the cover again. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I start on a new journey of my own. But a journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There is just one little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard and I was just sneak around for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Yeah, it's a shame you currently don't have a job. Huh? Where you go, detective? I don't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who'll be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? Wait, what? What, you think I could afford my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it? I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go! Wright is getting paid for that job, right? I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Yikes, thought I was gone for a moment there. In the end though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, can't shake me off that easily. Good video game. I said this at the end of Case 4 when we thought the game was kind of ending. This game's really fun. I really like this series. This game, it's very silly. It's very... Meekins, my new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy, sir. Can you believe it, sir? I've been demoted as a security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. Sir, I'll show them though. Someday I'll be going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe, sir. Yeah, so I was saying. Seriously, this game is good. I've really enjoyed playing through it. I think maybe I like this bonus. I really liked this final case, which is a bonus added to the DS port and subsequent re-releases. I think it's a bit too long, and it sucks because it's a stupid badger. It sucks 'cause I really like all the characters in it. I think they're really cool and fun. But yeah, I felt that final case was a little bit too long. Was all. What is it? Can't you see I have me a showdown with steak lunch, partner? Miss Star managed to sneak in this infamy. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get that water? Which one's Billy? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. That was a really long pause. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. Top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. That sounds terrible. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time, so make sure not to eat it backwards. Yeah, so as I said, I think at the start of the stream, I think we'll play at least the next two Phoenix Wright games, because we have the trilogy obviously, but I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, said he's doing something or other for how many years? Anyway, I got another trial to get to, so I better be, huh? Oh no! I've got my gavel! Sorry, gotta go! Yeah, so we're definitely playing Trials and Tribulation and Justice for All. At some future. We're not going to jump straight into the next one following this. I think we're going to take a little bit of a break and we're going to play one or two other games first. But it's definitely something we're going to come back to. Because I definitely want to play the others, and I will play them on stream because they are really... Maya! Ah, nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a fully fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Yeah, God, because then Maya... Oh, God, I hope Maya comes back. Maya rules. And I guess if, I wonder if Emma and Lana come back in the next one as well. I can see Emma coming back if she's like, if it's a couple years in the future and she's becoming sort of like a scientific investigator. She perhaps could be someone who we sort of like go to for forensic stuff. That'd be cool. Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. Huh? What's going on? And of course I'm guessing Edgeworth will be back. But yeah, this has been a... And I think it's actually going to be interesting because we'll be completely free of like the whole DL6 incident, which means so. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Is there going to be a picture in there? I really like that photo. It is a very cute photo of both two of them. And that's it. That's Phoenix Wright 8 totally done. I'm so glad to have this that game off my bucket list and to discover a new series that I can really fall in love with. It's gonna be. I'm so looking forward to playing the others. It's gonna be really good. So we're going back. So I guess we'll continue to do the start next one, right? But yeah. This has been really fun. This has been really fun. So I'm looking forward to tying up the next one at some point in the future. Like I said, it won't be next week. We're going to take a bit of a break and we're going to do some other stuff, I think, in the meantime. Like I said, I'm thinking of Pokemon. I really want to play a Pokemon game on stream again because I haven't played them for a while. On stream for a while. Also,
I'm half tempted because Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition comes out next week, and I love that game on the Wii U, and I have pre-ordered the Switch version because I really want to play like the new content, and there's a whole bunch of new optimized stuff which looks really cool. And I'm kind of wondering if we do a one-off or a couple of streams of that, maybe. Because like I said, like I was saying about RPGs. RPGs are big, and it's going to be a big game, and I don't know if I want to commit to playing all of it because, like, I don't want a bit to be part 65 of Xenoblade Chronicles X. But at the same time, the game has so much cool stuff in it. I kind of just want to be like, guys, just to show it off and just be like, guys, you have no idea how fun this game is. This game rules. So I don't know. Maybe we might do. I'll have to think about what we're doing, but we'll see. But anyway, so that'll be next week. And maybe we'll do something on. We'll probably do something in the week. I'm not sure what that would be. I really enjoyed the Monkey Ball stream we did on Wednesday. Actually, that was one of my favourite streams I've done in a really long time. I mean, that's not to say that other streams have been bad, or I don't enjoy them. I really enjoy them, but that was like a really special thing. So I definitely recommend checking out the VOD that I think is going up soon. I think I set that up to go tomorrow, but I might have to have a check of that because I can't remember. But so yeah, so check that out if you have a moment. I think it's also on the Twitch VODs at the moment still for the next couple of days, so check that out for sure. Anyway, yeah, so we're back next Saturday for something else. And hope you look forward to it. But anyway, yeah, thanks for hanging out with me for this game, for the entire series of this game. I have been really, really happy with how this has gone in terms of like stats and stuff. I'm kind of casually like looking at stats and stuff, being like, oh well, what are people liking? Because I'm still it's difficult because I kind of want to get sort of like an affiliate sort of level, but I'm also kind of thinking I kind of just want to play what I want to play, but I don't want to start sort of control what I do, but at the same time I'm also aware this is done really well and I've been really happy with that, so I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to, I kind of want to play more of this then if people are into that. It's a difficult balance and I'm still figuring it out, but anyway, I am fed up of talking because I've been talking non-stop for nearly 4.5 hours, so I reckon we will have to, and I have to go make dinner anyway, so we will leave it at that, and we will see you next week. And as always, au revoir, baby! Queuing up this song to close out. See ya, bye-bye. Not what I want. No, well. Oh, it's because it. See ya.